get that louder?
Phone, capture card, audio interface.
Oh, Fred, we're running out of room here.
Well, here's the thing. That setup is.
Okay, is that loud enough for you?
It's coming through.
Session. Judge Newman presiding. Please be seated.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes in?
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury.
Morning, Your Honor. Just per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple, 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That would be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188, those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do with that?
Clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
Anything else before the jury comes in? You can bring the jury.
jury is present.
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, day number 5, state's case. Next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, Rutland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching. You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, and a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we were originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that, so I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective, then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the Sexual Assault Response and Prevention Program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So, especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020, and February 2021 I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina ICAC task force member, and what that means is it's internet crimes against children, and that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office, and we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was the sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training, you name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but did you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
on June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask you before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond? Okay.
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road, but due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant, was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me, and it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Moselle?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's
your
correct.
understanding?
That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived with the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with, what were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh Alec standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there, if anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I'm going to skip. I want to skip the statement for a second, all right? After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels, did you and or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvas the outer part of the scene, and while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night, it was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors and the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impressions, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they had been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me now, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And and who was with you when you were looking at this?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. State's 195. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
Okay. Promise you I can't. Can we start now? Please. show what's marked States 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, States 22 without objection. No objection.
Submitted.
Are we on? Let me go back to what's just been entered as States 22. You said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And getting a little closer view on States 194.
Yes, that's the left side of the hangar.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission?
Yes.
Sure, please.
These flat ones. It's hard to see, there's a big glare on it.
Okay, and let me put in States 195 too, Detective.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. Can you all see?
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No,
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
that's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
I think that's all for us. And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left?
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't
It's
know?
possible.
Okay. Now, you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you States 7. You're a lady?
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did,
Okay. Why'd you do that?
to see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And States 200, do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of their investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did,
When was that?
a few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of them?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions? The
Correct.
others? Voluntarily talked to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoes?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
All right, let's get back to, I think you said the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes.
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
He did.
And I believe you said it was raining?
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with sled inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alec Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection. No objection.
It's admitted.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
I think it takes a while for sound.
It takes a little bit for the sound to come through. It does. While we're waiting for the sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who is that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who is that?
Danny Henderson.
All right, sir. I did my, let the house back. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so that it's correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And your phone number for you?
803-942-1227.
And so what was your name?
Yeah.
All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland with Colleton County. I'm from SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. his brain almost. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. Okay. I tried to I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911, pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No sir, not good. No sir.
How about Maggie?
No sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here at night?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's. For just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
Her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers,
None
people
that,
breaking in?
none that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot, so, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time.
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of,
I'm gonna kick your ass, I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what goes out, like somewhere. He's in college, so he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving. Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it, but it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy you know, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rudd.
R-O-W-E?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know, somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, Lisa?
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CD.
Right there, in Latin.
Yeah, I know he called me, so I'll do that.
Okay. 843-540-9335. You can do that phone number charge. Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch it for seconds.
Thank you.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, and I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all gotta check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it. But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently. And most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know. There was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged, so, he would, always a real tough man's man. He would
defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he handling that? He's everybody.
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when the deputies pulled up, where did that gun come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her. That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. You name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
All of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Barber.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Handyman,
yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh no, I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, you know, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular.
Okay.
Comes out here a lot.
Do you know any cameras on the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, you know, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields, and
Okay.
but I don't. There's none that, you know, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see you today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Now, what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
I texted her at 9:08, going to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45, and then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. Three. I mean, my calls were right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Anybody else want some jump?
You want any water, do that? I'm sorry, I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're gonna have much more questions.
I'm available to act. You know, you let me know.
What, what's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right, Miss Randy's.
Tay Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John?
John Martin's 843-321-5508.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person. And they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes. And her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster, Richard Alexander Jr.
He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he
Just like you, so you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay. So it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I try to turn him, and then I check, and then I think I already did, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way.
straight here, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably,
Is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
I can't think of anything else right now, but, you know, we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So, you know, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Buster, in here? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I
brought my card. Thank you.
You know, so the coroner will come over and talk to you. You know, there'll be the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rutland. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
What time was that interview?
I think it was 1 a.m.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you already heard it?
Yes.
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alex Murdaugh told the 911 operator it had been since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours?
Mm-hmm.
1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap.
Okay. Did he say where he went after that?
To check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Can you speak louder, please?
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
We'll put a check with it, I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10. 10:06.
And this interview was 12:57?
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owens' interview, did the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When?
when he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
There's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. You remember that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, do you see it?
Yes.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe, then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That would seem.
Relevance.
The objection sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start with Elmo, please. Judge, these are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Did the defendant say he checked her pulse?
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, did the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
This again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Defense 1. With the court's permission, I'd like for the detective come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to get what you won't block and I won't block her. Did you see? I'm going to get back over here. Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not. Just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
time.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Judge and lady, Your Honor.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you've testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood and brain matter.
And if you were to, where's his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath him
Correct.
and roll it.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
Mr. Harpootling said blown out of his head.
Correct.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way, right?
Correct.
Either underneath or under the head. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Sorry. When you saw Alex Murdaugh, when you first came up to him,
Is she going to sit down?
that's fine.
Why are you questioning her not in the chair?
Well, I made sure something again. Judge, I apologize. I see you. Just go back and sit down.
Thank you.
When you first saw Alex Murdaugh at the car, did you observe him?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, you were behind him.
I was.
Okay. Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt?
I did.
His pants?
Yes.
His shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh's shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Beg question, Don. Was his phone taken that night, Alex Murdaugh?
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, no, sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Now, you were working with, Agent, don't stand up. Miss David Owens, you were working with this lady?
Yes.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Okay. Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Okay. Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And Sled got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist Sled in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this will be object to, but did you assist him with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yeah.
Moselle?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Search of ponds?
Yes.
Okay. So you assisted Sled at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah, anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, Sled processed that.
Okay. Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not gonna lead you, I just wanna ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? Is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Leaves the courtroom, that's not an invitation for conversations until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. Before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19. Rule 19? 18. I'm sorry, Rule 18. No argument on objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18, there you go. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the Rules of Criminal Procedure through Criminal Procedure Rule 37, I believe it is. 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise, with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record, and I'm just wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern, how would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
For instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection.
Okay.
Only.
Not a real advocacy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim?
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name's Jim Griffin, and I represent Alec Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that that was interesting.
Okay. And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break, and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have it. So tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres of the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
I'm gonna see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please? I've got to turn sideways. All right. Let's see if we can read that document. Is there light you can turn in here? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right, okay. Got it, thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
And it says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. Then it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad of a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation and it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes, did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but
Okay.
that would be a crime scene unit question.
Right. The and actually there were the clean clothes that Alec Murdaugh was wearing that night, they were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection? Do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And And do you recall how, do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video audio of the interview with Alec Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony, so I just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter, that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your questions, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alec Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be, I mean, mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's what.
Correct.
And so, you see Mr. Metters crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something, but that night he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
So we don't know from your interview, or Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alec describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis or investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
Okay. And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down. Through Mr. Elma. I think I'm through for now.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alex's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants
That night?
subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night, nothing was done forensically.
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Now, you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed, and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when you say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed, there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and on items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And well, one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle. It's like a four-wheeler, side-by-side.
Okay. And you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please? Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is. How do you zoom in, Doug? Let's just change the color. Make it light. Okay. All right. I think that's good. Okay, hang on. May not be a good one. That's okay. Thanks. You mentioned that you told investigators that worked for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay. That's why I get to do this. So,
Objection to his comments.
Yes, let's pose questions.
so you don't know whose boot prints those are?
No.
All right. Now, one thing about this search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or
I
not.
don't think you did.
Okay.
That's okay. It was never executed, was it? Sorry.
Oh. I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return, that's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say, you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th, is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Okay. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room. Were you aware of that?
Objection.
Objection is sustained.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days, Thursday, June the 10th, you went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents, went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son, and they all agreed to meet, and y'all found a location in outside of Barnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was, during that, I believe you and a SLED agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
And Mr. Alec Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
Well, so why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. I mean, that pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to the public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So was Alec Murdaugh, your assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So, in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
Including Alec?
Including Alec.
May I beg the court's indulgence to consult with her? Do we have the exhibit number that's in evidence before we play it? I know, but which one's green? Exhibit one. Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is a portion of sensitive matter. Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width of his body? Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. Will you go ahead and play? Did you notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel?
No, I believe he's standing on the
In the food room?
in the feed room.
Right.
No, but it was starting to rain.
Okay, you stop right there, please. Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, play it. Okay. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
And the I just want to clear up, when you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Okay. All right. That's all. You can take it then. That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
And read that right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days,
He did.
and you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think did Mr. Griffin ask you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck
Yes.
that was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Massell?
That's correct.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing, does it?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
Okay. And he asked you about meeting with these folks and them talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes. Mhm.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED,
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Gant in charge of that?
He was. And
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his?
I did, by looking at them.
By looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis said he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Mr. Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned or turned his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript, or towards the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out,
Correct.
and I tried to do something,
Mm-hmm.
thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
Were his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him, and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about a sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who just changed his clothes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis for the objection.
No basis for that opinion.
Response, Mr. Metters.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm
No
sorry.
basis for that opinion.
Did those clothes appear to be fresh,
They did.
like they just come out of the laundry?
It could be.
Objections overruled.
That's all we have.
Further questions?
Very briefly, Your Honor, Detective, it was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago? What's that? Waiting for me. No signal. No signal. Oh, here it is. Thanks. So these are the clothes that you saw him wearing sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony those clothes look like they're freshly washed?
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
Delilah Cericion.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Ready? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, Delilah Cericione, Cirencione.
Good afternoon, Agent Cericion.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Ms. Mama. Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the SLED Crime Scene Unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with SLED Crime Scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alec Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my lieutenant, Todd Shank, to respond to the call to medical center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab, so it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container, so 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, and initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the forensic laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment. Okay. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Cianciano, I'm going to show you these evidence baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number, an item number, and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Exhibit 102 and 202 for identification purposes only as State's Exhibit 202, 201, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being a buccal swab from Margaret Murdaugh. And Your Honor, we would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Serencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via a chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected by a chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further. I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 203 and 205. This is State's Exhibit 204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here. Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected this cell phone and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time, the state would offer State's Exhibit 204 into evidence.
Just for identification. You object to it coming into evidence.
It'll be marked for identification, those two exhibits.
Wait a minute, that's not the phone, those are the chain. the phone? Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I mark for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked.
For identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs and the cell phone, is that right?
They're a chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SLED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but are you do you transport things, or do you have another role at SLED?
I'm currently a special agent with the behavioral science unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was a agent with the crime scene unit. With the crime scene unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes?
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to, where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
So, and I guess I put this right here. You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, I mean, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
There it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you, and you put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off?
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay, and then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you'd been given a can of pork and beans to put into evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but no.
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Did they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
No, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bag, sealed, initialed, dated, and a description was written, and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag so I don't drop it again?
Sure.
Thank you for the indulgence, one moment. Thank you, ma'am.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. And you may call your next witness. Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
It's fairly lengthy, but we're happy to get started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley.
Raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, W-O-R-L-E-Y.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Florida. And along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012, and at that point I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014, and so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a Class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a Class 3 law enforcement officer, so now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay.
And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've testified as an expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give us an estimate here.
As far as the actual scenes I've worked with that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to qualify Investigator Whirley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Whirley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
We do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes. Other than swabbing items at a scene, we would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. And what time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path driveway between the kennels and that overhang. A the sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
Okay. What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed, and then we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence, so we walked around to see what was what and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me, so he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
It's one of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
Okay, what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buccal swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
Agent Worley, this is Tate's Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buccal swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
At this time, this tape would offer Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Mr. Worley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Would you identify what it is before we do that? I mean, no objection, no objection. Okay.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
Submitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's bodies lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
He was, when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around him?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived, before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit. Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body?
That's right.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. It takes exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please. Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Exhibit numbers again.
Your Honor, that takes exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28, 31, 35, 32, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They are admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, this is State's Exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
Okay. And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window in the glass.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's close-up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
Okay. And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
.32.
And that's close-up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photographed them first before we pick them up. We packaged them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me. Do those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10?
Yes.
And also some other items that were collected?
Yes. I'll wait to open them.
No, this time I will have Agent Worley open the bags and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
Thank you.
So, item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
Okay. And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10?
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. This one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge Federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, Winchester 12 gauge.
Items 29, the shot shell wad, and item 34, the 12 gauge Federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
And you can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
Okay. And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148. What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, two impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
And we'll look a little closer here. It takes Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. States 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
States Exhibit 39.
Both of those were the same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to States Exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So States Exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And States Exhibit 43.
That's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well?
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. States Exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. It shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, at this time I would move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
They are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So, it's like where it says defect A, defect B, what is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass?
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed room?
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here, what is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
Okay. So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room?
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed room?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20. Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case. Recess till 2:20.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor. All right, Agent Worley. I think we left off talking about some items in the feed room.
That's right.
That being items 17 and 14. I think in this baggie that you had cut open earlier, item 14 is in that bag.
Yes.
And item 14 is the pellets from the feed room floor that you collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials, and my initials and the date on the seal tape.
Okay. And does that item appear to have been opened or tampered with since you collected it?
It was opened by I believe, the firearms examiner.
Okay. And then item 17.
Yes.
Exhibit 20, the pellets from the feed room floor, and takes Exhibit 18, the swabs from the door of the feed room into evidence.
Says the defense.
Sorry, no objection.
You're admitted.
All right, Agent Worley, let's move on to Maggie. Did you have a chance to observe her body?
I did.
And where was it located?
She was just past the workshop overhang near the doghouse.
And when you first got out there, could you see her body or was it covered?
It was covered with a pink sheet.
show you states 52, states Exhibit 50, states 48, and states 47. If you could take a look at those and tell us what, in general, they just depict.
These were photos of Maggie, the way she appeared when we arrived on scene, still covered with the pink sheet.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the crime scene where Maggie Murdaugh was found when you were out there?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer states exhibits 52, 50, 48, and 47 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on 2 of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
Your Honor, at this time, we would move states 52 through 48 and 47 into evidence.
Says the defense.
No objection.
Get it.
And I don't have an objection to either, and number, whatever that is.
Your Honor, we will seal states exhibit 50 due to its graphic nature and prepare that placeholder.
No objection, under those circumstances.
Admit it.
Agent Worley, this is states exhibit 47. If you could kind of describe that to the jury.
That's a photo showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop, and you can see the kennels off to the right.
Okay. And these pictures are kind of hard to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over him, yes.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV?
Yes, that's right.
And states exhibit 48?
That's looking from a different angle of Maggie, the doghouse in the background, the workshop overhang, and the ATVs to the right.
And then states exhibit 52.
That was after Maggie's body was removed from the area.
This is states 50 submitted under seal.
Different angle of Maggie's body, I believe still covered by the pink sheet.
Maggie's body, where was she actually, what wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down Her both arms bent at the elbow. Her right arm was bent toward her face. Her left arm was bent underneath her body. Her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case.
That's right.
All right. And did you collect that item?
Yes, we marked it as marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
And what, do you recall what kind of round that was?
It was a 300 blackout.
Mr. Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you can, remove item 7.
No objection, Your Honor.
Agent for release takes Exhibit 68, item 7, the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
This my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials and the date on the seal tape.
And I'm going to show, this time I would move State's Exhibit 68 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And is that a, what is that a picture of?
It is item 7, cartridge case, located at marker 7 before we collected it.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate depiction of that casing at the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move State's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
It's admitted.
And this is the shell casing here, shell case?
Yes, it is.
And this is a picture of it is located at the crime scene, correct?
That's right.
Now, did you collect some other shell cases while you were out there?
Yes, we did.
And if we're looking in some of these pictures, you see the little yellow placards there. I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the sheriff's office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So, how many blackout cases did we recover from the scene?
Let's see. I believe it was 5.
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. And we already have items 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there?
Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And what are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
They are all cartridge cases, head stamped SNB 300, AAC, BLK, collected from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And in this case, does the item number correspond with the case with where the marker was?
It does, yes.
And can you take a look at these pictures? That's going to be State's Exhibit 60, 62, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, and 54, and also 53. And can you tell us in general what we see in those pictures?
These photos show each of those markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and before we collected the evidence. And also marker 13.
And are those true and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, and 53 into evidence.
Show them to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
I love the ones that you saw. Okay.
They're admitted without objection.
did you collect them and put them in these little envelopes?
Yes, I did.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, I'm going to get you to take a look at these cases one more time. This being now marked as State's Exhibit 63. If you could tell the jury what that is.
This is a cartridge case, 300 blackout from marker 2.
And how do you know this is the 300 blackout cartridge case that you collected from marker 2?
That's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
What about for State's 64?
The 300 blackout cartridge case that I collected from marker 3. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
State's Exhibit 65?
Cartridge case collected from marker 4, 300 blackout. Has my handwriting with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, and the initials, my initials on the seal.
66?
It's the 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 5. It's my handwriting, my date, time, and initials, and my initials on the seal.
And then State's 67?
The 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 6. It's my handwriting on the envelope with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, my initials on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move States 63 through 67 into evidence.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Agent Worley, what did you do with these cases once they were collected on the scene?
I sealed them in those coin envelopes that are in there with them. I transported them to the lab at SLED.
And when you got them to the lab at SLED, what did you do?
I transferred most of the evidence from the scene to one of the crime scene lieutenants, Lieutenant Todd Shank.
And does he take those items and put them in some sort of secure location, or what happens to them?
He would have logged them into our database and transferred them wherever they were going in the lab for analysis.
Right, I'm going to turn your attention now to what's previously been admitted. It states Exhibit 49, which I believe is admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards. Placard 2, I believe, would correspond with item 2, which has been marked as Tate 63.
Yes, that's right.
And State's Exhibit 53 here. What are we looking at here?
That's that cartridge case at marker 2 before we collected it.
And State's Exhibit 54.
That's a close-up of the same cartridge case at marker 2.
Oops, where's that page? Okay, so marker 2. All right, then we'll move to State's Exhibit 55.
So markers 3 and 4, the cartridge cases at those markers before I collected them.
Okay, and I don't know if the jury can see those cases there. Agent Worley, Your Honor, may I have permission for Agent Worley to step down and point those 2 cases out to the jurors on this TV here?
Yes.
right here is the one at marker 3, and then the one at marker 4 right here.
Okay. And while you're here, Agent Corley, we'll put up State's Exhibit 58. And in that picture, if you could point out any items of interest for us.
These are the cartridge cases at markers 5 and 6.
And-
Not sure if I can see the one at 5. The one at marker 6 is right here.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59 is a close-up there of,
Yes, this is the cartridge case at marker 5.
all right, Agent Corley, if you can take your seat, please. Thank you. Okay. State's Exhibit 66.
Yes.
And then let's go back here to State's Exhibit 58. Also in that picture, does it look like we might have some brain matter and some hair in that picture?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 56.
It's the cartridge case at marker 3 before I collected it.
And then State's Exhibit 64 is the actual shell case that was collected.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 57.
That's the cartridge case at marker 4 before I collected it.
And State's Exhibit 65.
Yes,
So that's the actual case that was collected.
it is.
And then finally here we have State's Exhibit 60.
That's the cartridge case at marker 6 before I collected it.
And what is also in that picture?
It's possible brain matter.
And State's Exhibit 67.
Yes, that's the same cartridge case.
That's the cartridge case that was collected.
Right.
Now, also, was there some kind of defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments.
And Agent Corley, what did you just remove from this baggie from the crime lab?
These are the metal fragments that I collected from in the ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments you collected?
They look familiar. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Thank you. Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of bullet fragments at the crime scene?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
Okay.
You admit it?
And also for ID purposes only, State's Exhibit 102, the bullet fragments.
Okay.
It's admitted for ID only.
And Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 62, if you could tell the jury what is on that placard there.
Those are the metal fragments that we collected from the ground at marker 13.
All right, so what else did you see around Maggie's body while you were investigating the scene?
There was in the doghouse, the side that was facing her, there was appeared to be a bullet defect in the side of the doghouse.
Okay. Was there an ATV parked under that shed?
Yes, there were two.
Did you notice anything about the ATV?
There's appeared to be suspected biological material on the front of the ATV, sort of low down on the front of it.
And where was that ATV in relation to Maggie's body?
I believe it was off near her left side.
I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Would that be the ATV?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And on the front of that on the ATV, there appeared to be tissues, you said?
Yes.
All right, now you mentioned the doghouse. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 75, 74, and 73. How do you recognize those pictures?
These show the front of the doghouse and then the projectile that we collected from a dog bed that was inside the doghouse.
Are those true and accurate depictions?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 75, 74, and 73 into evidence.
72, no objection.
Along with Exhibit 72.
You're all good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 72, if you could tell the jury where that doghouse you were talking about is that in that picture?
It is. It's more in the background of that picture.
And again, these pictures are kind of hard to see here. It would be in this area right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes, that's it.
And State's Exhibit 73. What is that?
That's the front of the doghouse.
Okay, then State's Exhibits 74.
That was the projectile that was in the bedding of that dog bed that we recovered.
And then State's Exhibit 75.
And that is the projectile that we collected from the dog bed.
that projectile maybe in this bag you have here? Is that item 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know item 12 is that projectile?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Okay. Do you know anything else about that projectile besides that it's the one that you collected from the doghouse?
No.
Your Honor, the state would move the item number 12, State's Exhibit 76, into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And Agent Worley, this would be State's Exhibit 76.
Yes, that's
the
it.
round collected from the doghouse.
That's right.
All right, now, after you had went out to the crime scene, did you make a diagram to kind of, piece together the evidence where you could see everything and how it kind of relates to each other?
I did. On scene, I do a rough sketch showing where evidence was located, where the victims were located. I take measurements to show where things are in relation to each other.
And when you made that diagram, is it to any kind of scale?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state would move State's Exhibit 77 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Permission to publish. Hey, Agent Worley, is this the diagram that you created after being out there on the crime scene?
That's the final diagram I created with a computer, yes.
Your Honor, may Agent Worley step down to kind of go through the diagram with the jurors? Thank you. All right, Agent Worley, if you could just kind of walk the jurors through the crime scene using this diagram here.
We have Maggie's body here, Paul, just outside of the feed room.
You have to
Markers,
speak up a little bit.
marker 1 and markers 9 and 10 inside the feed room. And then we had markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underneath her right knee. 8 tire impressions in the dirt underneath this overhang. Marker 12 was suspected biological material. And then marker 13 where we dug the metal fragments out of the gravel.
Okay, thank you, Agent Worley. Now, you just mentioned some tire impressions being here at item 8. What do you know about those?
They went straight through where the overhang was, went from one end to the other.
Did you do any kind of analysis on those tire impressions?
We photographed them with examination quality photographs on scene. I never had any, test impressions of any tires to compare them to do actual comparison in a report, no.
And why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the tire impressions?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, He parked there regularly, and his tires were consistent with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
Okay, so you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were?
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there?
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass. So I can't really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
All right, while you were on the scene, did you receive any items of evidence from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
I took custody of a GSR kit and gunshot residue kit that was collected from Alex Murdaugh.
Takes Exhibit 13, the GSR kit that Agent Worley collected from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Murdaugh.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay. Also, in the course of your investigation, did you gather some items of evidence from SLED agent Katie McAllister?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you collect those items from her?
On June 9th.
Okay. And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition, and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody of them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on. All right, Agent Worley, before we move on, the shotguns you collected, would those have been items 30, 31, 32, 33?
Yes.
Okay, and then you collected item 34, which was a 30-round magazine containing 300 blackout cartridges.
Actually, 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle,
Okay,
and 34 was the rifle.
okay. All right, and then what other items did you collect? With the numbers, please.
Okay. Items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, 5 cartridge cases, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK that were collected from the ground at side entrance door.
And then did you collect item 40 from Katie McAllister?
Yes.
Okay, and what was item 40?
That was an unfired cartridge, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK, collected from a Remington 20-gauge shotgun shell box from shelving near gun storage rack.
And then item 45?
45 was an empty 20-round box of S&B 300 AAC BLK full metal jacket ammunition collected from the gun storage room.
And then items 46, 47, and 48.
Those were 3 empty ammunition boxes collected from the trash.
And then, I'm sorry, what did you say that you did once you received those items from Agent McAllister?
I transported those to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
Okay. Did you testify or do anything with any of that evidence that you collected?
No, I didn't do any of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the Chevy Suburban that was on scene the night of the murders. Did you observe that vehicle when you got to the scene?
I did.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Still wanting to do that one? Are you still wanting to do that one?
From the jury, what is the problem with the projector? Blurry?
Your Honor,
With the overhead light on the Elm out, I think we'll be able to see better. Without that light on, there was a shadow, it was difficult to see.
All right, thank you.
I think over the weekend, we're going to go like flood so that the lights go down.
May it please the court, Your Honor? Okay, Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93. Okay. Or Exhibits 93, 99, 97, and 96, true and accurate depictions of the Chevy Suburban.
Yes, they are.
And State's 104, is that a true and accurate depiction of some ammunition that you located?
In the other vehicle, yes.
That was located in a white F-250?
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
We would also, State's Exhibit 95 for ID purposes. Agent Worley, if you could open that up and tell us what kind of shell casing or shotgun or shot shell is that item 50?
Can I get scissors?
What happened to our scissors? Did you have any?
No, I think they're gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need some gloves or are you okay?
That's good.
Okay, so what is State's marked for ID is State's Exhibit 95,
It's a 16 gauge shot shell, unfired.
a 16 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
Okay. Now I think when it was collected, it was marked as a 12 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
So what happened there?
I just made a mistake. I wrote 12 gauge instead of 16 gauge. It's clearly a 16 gauge.
Okay, and that is the shot shell that was collected from the floorboard of the Chevy, the back floorboard of the Chevy Suburban.
That's right.
Okay, and like you said, it is a 16 gauge instead of a 12 gauge.
That's right.
And it was just marked incorrectly.
Yes.
At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 95 into evidence.
No objection.
As
Submitted
well.
without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would also move State's Exhibits 83 into evidence. And if Agent
It's admitted.
Agent Worley, if you could take a look at State's Exhibit 83. And we'll stand down. 93. All right. If you could tell the jurors what's in State's Exhibit 93.
That's looking at the scene, the back of the Chevy Suburban there toward the right side.
And what side of the screen did you say the Suburban's on?
The right side.
And the Suburban was on the scene when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when did you actually process that vehicle?
The vehicle was towed from the scene the morning of the 8th, and then we returned on the 9th to process the vehicle.
Okay. So on the scene that night, was that vehicle even searched to your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And so when you went to search it, what did you do?
We document it with photographs outside, inside, search for any evidentiary value items. If we locate them, we photograph them and collect them.
Okay. And what did you locate in the rear floorboard of that vehicle?
The 16 gauge shot shell was on the rear driver's side floorboard of the Suburban.
That would be State's Exhibit 97
Yes, that's right.
and 96.
Yes.
Did you also process the vehicle to see if there was any blood in there?
We did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
We first looked at the vehicle with an alternate light source, see if we can see any indications of any blood in the vehicle. We followed that with a couple of different chemical procedures.
So did you swab some areas in that vehicle?
We did.
Okay. And what areas was that?
If I can refer to my notes again. There were 10 areas total. It was the lock, unlock buttons on the driver's door armrest, the driver's side running board below the driver's door, the driver's floorboard, the front edge of the driver's seat, steering wheel, center of the driver's seat back, the front passenger door above the armrest, the front passenger seat bottom, and the front passenger seat back.
And State's Exhibit 83 is the actual swabs that you took from that vehicle.
Yes, those are.
And were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
And State's Exhibit 99 is where?
That's the steering wheel of the Suburban.
Later on, what did you do with those swabs that you collected?
I packaged them in separate envelopes, sealed the envelopes, labeled it with the description of what was inside the envelope, date, time, and initials of when I collected it, and I sealed it. And then we transported them to the lab at SLED.
And would you have submitted those to the lab for further analysis for blood?
Yes, that's right.
Later on, did you have another occasion to go back and process the Suburban?
I did, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seat belt from the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And why did you want to retrieve the seat belt?
For additional trace and DNA testing.
Okay. And when you retrieved that seat belt, what did you do with it?
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED. It would have been packaged additionally inside of a box at the lab and submitted for testing.
So you removed the like whole entire seatbelt?
Yes.
All right, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 100, which is a little heavier than you would think for a seatbelt here. Can you tell us if that is the seatbelt you collected?
You want me to open it?
Yes.
Lay down your feet.
May bring the jury.
The jury is present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, before we left off with that seat belt. Were you able to open it up so we can show the jury? Okay, so if you could tell us, what we have there.
The entire seat belt, the strap, the receiver, the buckle.
Kind of stretch it out.
Where it was mounted on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so that was all removed and submitted to the lab for testing, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, this table moves takes Exhibit 100 into evidence.
Your Honor, I thought we agreed to mark these for ID until the person that did any analysis on it testifies. Did I?
Mark identification at this time.
And if you'll turn your attention to the screen there when you can set that seatbelt down. Y'all also, in addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 104. Were those 300 blackouts found in the truck?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where you collected those from?
I believe the center console.
And State's Exhibit 103. You could tell us, is that the 300 blackouts that we're seeing on the screen there that were collected?
Yes.
And how do you know those are the blackouts you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box with the date and time and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal tape on the box.
Your Honor, this tape removes State's Exhibit 103 into evidence.
I'm sorry, which?
It's the 300 blackouts that were found in the white F-250 that are projected on the screen.
That's the white 250 Paul's truck left on the side of the road?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
They're admitted.
Did y'all also process another vehicle, Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
Yes, we did.
Were any items of evidentiary value collected from that vehicle?
The only items we collected are 2 sets of swabs from the interior and 2 sets of swabs from the exterior door releases of the driver's door.
Did you attend the autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And did you collect any items during the autopsy?
I did.
And what were those?
I can refer to my notes. They were items that were collected during the autopsy that were transferred to me via chain of custody forms. From Maggie, I got clothes, fingernail clippings, projectile fragments.
Okay.
And from Paul, I also got his clothes, fingernail clippings, shotgun pellets, and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head, plastic wadding from left axilla or armpit.
And when you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab for analysis.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you items 66 through 69. Marks takes exhibits 112, 111, 110, and 107. Are those items you collected from the autopsy?
Yes, items I took custody of at autopsy.
And what items are those?
The shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head. The plastic wadding from left axilla.
Would it help you to open that bag up?
And the projectile fragments from Maggie.
Okay, so if we'll take those items out one by one. Okay, so what is that item there?
This is item 66. Sorry. Yeah, 66.
Okay, and what is that actually?
That is the projectile fragments that were collected from Maggie at autopsy.
Okay, and how do you know that?
That's how it's labeled.
Okay. We'll mark item 66 as takes exhibit 112. Okay, what else do we have?
The item 69, plastic wadding from left axilla collected from Paul's autopsy.
Okay. We'll mark that item as takes exhibit 111. Okay.
And then I also have the item 6768, shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head collected from Paul's autopsy.
This takes Exhibit 110 for the shotgun pellets from Paul's autopsy. Okay. Is there anything else in that bag?
There are 2 in this.
Pardon me?
It's labeled with 67 and 68, the pellets and the wadding fragment.
Okay, so the pellets and the wadding fragment are both State's Exhibit 110 from Paul Murdaugh, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And what else did you collect here? We got items 70 and 71.
$70 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie. 71 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie.
Okay. And those are marked as State's Exhibit 251. Then what is that item?
This is a metal fragment that was collected. It was caught on the dress that I collected from Maggie's autopsy. I collected this metal fragment at the lab at SLED.
So you removed that metal fragment from the dress after the autopsy yourself?
Right.
We'll mark that as State's Exhibit 109.
You continue to block the view of the 2 drawers.
I apologize, Your Honor. Sorry.
Item 72 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy, and 73 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy.
Mark as State's Exhibit 252. Then State's Exhibit 113. What does that appear to be?
This was a shotgun pellet that I found among Paul's clothing once I got the evidence back to the lab.
Thank you. And finally, we have State's Exhibit 36.
This is Paul's shoes. You want me to open?
You can open. Go ahead. those are the shoes that you did the inked impressions of, the footwear, to compare to those bloody prints in the feed room?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit states exhibits 36, 113, 252, 109, 251, 107, 110, 112, and 111 into evidence.
Identification, but without the chain being completed, we would object to admitting them into evidence.
Which of those exhibits did not have any type of analysis done?
You know, I suspect they all did, but I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they were all analyzed in some way.
Okay, mark for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Agent Worley. Also in this case, we just talked about Paul and Maggie's clothing. Did you analyze the defendant's clothing?
I did.
Okay. And I think we said earlier that his clothing was collected from Agent David Owen?
Yes.
And you received that clothing into your custody and submitted it into the SLED lab?
That's right. I took custody of the clothing before we left the scene.
So what kind of testing were you involved in regards to the defendant's clothing?
We processed the T-shirt and the shorts with LCV. It's a presumptive test for blood.
Okay. Now, what is LCV?
Leucocrystal violet is a presumptive test. Looks for hemoglobin component of blood.
Okay. So what happens when you put it on something?
If it's reacting to the presence of blood, it's a presumptive positive test, and it'll turn purple.
Can LCV react to other things besides blood?
It can.
Like what?
Bleach, rust, I think are the main ones.
Okay. All right, so when you process the defendant's clothing with the LCV, what did you find?
There were several areas of staining that we had a presumptive positive result, several on the front and a few on the back of the T-shirt.
And what about the shorts?
In the shorts, there were a few on the front and back.
Okay. So when you got that presumptive test with the LCV, what did you do with the shirt then?
We documented the entire process with photographs, starting from taking it out of the package to before we did anything at all with it. We took photographs of the front, the back, inside and outside. Once we sprayed it with the LCV and saw all the stains that we saw on it, we rephotographed it again with a scale, without a scale first, then with a scale for each stain. Then we laid the shirt flat and labeled each of the stains with a letter and photographed it again with that letter and a scale in the photograph for each of the stains.
And you did that for the shirt and for the pants?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your analysis goes, after the shirt was processed and shorts were processed with the LCV, did you do any further analysis?
No, I did not.
Okay. And now after something has been sprayed with LCV, what happens to that object?
Over time, any area of the object that came in contact with the LCV will oxidize and the entire thing will be purple.
Okay. So like right now, if you sprayed this paper with LCV, and it didn't turn like purplish blue. Would it eventually turn purplish blue even though there's no blood on this paper?
Yes.
All right. Let's move ahead to the search of Moselle. Was that property eventually searched by yourself and other agents?
It was.
And when did that occur?
September 13th, 2021.
Okay. And that was several months after the murders took place in June?
That's right.
Okay. And what parts of the area or the residence were searched?
We searched the entire residence. The main focus was the gun room on the first floor.
Okay, so could you kind of, I guess, describe the property and the areas that were searched?
There's the main residence, and then also there was a cabin closer to the kennels that faced Moselle Road, and then also the workshop that was located near the kennels.
Okay. And is the residence a fairly large residence?
It is.
Okay. And you searched the entire residence?
Yes.
And you mentioned the focus was on a gun room.
Yes.
Where was that located in the residence?
It's on the first floor.
Did you find any items of interest in the gun room when you searched it?
We did collect several items from the gun room.
Was the workshop area of the residence searched out near the kennels?
Yes, near the kennels, yes.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116. Could you tell me if those are pictures taken during y'all's search that day?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the search of the residence of Moselle and the workshop area?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
As a defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is State's Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
It appears to have a pool table and a little workout bike in there.
That's right.
And do you recall whether this door in the picture exits to the outside of the house?
Yes, it does.
State's 118, is that the gun rack in that room?
Yes, it is.
Now, when y'all did the search in September, were any of those guns collected that day?
No.
So these are additional guns to the guns that had already been collected by SLED agents?
That's right.
Was there a lot of ammunition in that room?
There was.
Okay, about State's 119. Is that a box of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Mixed ammunition?
Right.
In fact, was there, this whole bookcase we're looking at over here, Was that just full of ammunition?
Yes,
An ammunition bookcase?
yes.
State's Exhibit 120.
That was also on that bookshelf.
State's Exhibit 121.
Yes,
That is 300 blackout ammunition from this box
that's right.
on the bookcase.
Yes.
And was some of this ammunition collected?
It was.
And you said you also searched the work shed or hangar out near the kennels?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 122. Is that ammunition that was found in the workshop?
Yes, it was in that red bin on the workbench.
Okay. And we see ammunition in a little, like a wire tub, and then in this tray.
Yes.
Specifically in Exhibit 123, what types of ammunition was some of the ammunition that was located?
It was one unfired cartridge head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. It's the one on the left. And then the 4 unfired shot shells, head stamped 12 gauge Federal.
And item 124.
And those were the boxes of 300 blackout ammunition photograph.
And you said y'all collected some of those for evidence purposes?
Not at this one. No.
But some of the ammunition that y'all found was collected for evidence purposes, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you for this indulgence, Your Honor.
Stand again while we're in indulgence. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Agent Farley, if you could take a look at these items and tell us whether these were collected by you that day, if this was some of that ammunition we were just speaking about?
Want me to open that? Yes, these were all collected the day we did that search.
Okay, and where were they collected from?
From the desk in the living room was the cabin that faced Moselle Road. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gun room, head stamp Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge from the desk in the living room, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK in the cabin. One cartridge collected from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK. One cartridge from Winchester box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gun room. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gun room, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gun room, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. And one cartridge case, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gun room.
And all of those items, items 147 through 161, which would be states 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 139, 138, 137, 136, 135, 134, 140, 141, and 142. State removed into evidence at this time.
Okay, Your Honor. Yes, and without objection.
All right, and we have some additional cases that were found.
One unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That will be states 149.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
States 150.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That'll be states 148.
One unfired shot shell from nightstand in Paul's bedroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
States 147.
One unfired shot shell from Kent box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That'll be 146.
One unfired shot shell from the state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That's 145.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That will be states 144.
And another unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
That would be states 143. Your Honor, the state will move these items, exhibits into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You're admitted without objection.
What else do we have there, Agent Worley?
One cartridge case, head stamped S&B 300 BLK from the sable and oak bag in the gunroom.
So this states 126 is from the gunroom. Okay.
One cartridge case, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK collected from black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat.
It would be states 127. The state would move states 126 and 127 into evidence. States Exhibit 126, 300 S&B 300 blackout, and 127 is a Hornaday 300 blackout. States Exhibit 127 is from the black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat from a search on. I'll let Agent Worley testify here.
that same search that day.
But that would be not Paul's car, not Alex's car. I don't quite understand. Your Honor, I object on the basis of relevance. I don't know why a bullet from nobody's car that's involved in this would be relevant.
You're admitted over objection.
Thank you.
This is
Okay, what other exhibits do we have there?
These are magazines containing ammunition. One of them contains 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gunroom. And then the other one is a magazine containing cartridges, 300 blackout cartridges collected from the black Ford F-150.
Okay, so this item's collected from the black F-150. That truck was searched that day too?
It was, yes.
And where was that truck at?
If I remember correctly, it was in front of the residence.
It was a truck that was on the property?
Yes, it was on the property.
Was it on the property the night of the murders?
It might have been the one that was parked off away from the workshop.
Do you know why that truck was searched that day?
It was on the property, and the search warrant included vehicles.
Okay. And those items were found inside that vehicle?
Yes, one of these was.
Okay. And what is the other one?
That's from the shelf in the gunroom. one from the gun room.
Let's, one from the gun room.
It's this one.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 152, what did you say that was?
It's a magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gun room.
State would move States 152 into evidence.
Okay.
And then we had States 258, what was that?
Cartridge collected from the workshop bench, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK.
Did you collect any other items that day when the property was searched?
I don't believe so.
All right, let's go back a little bit in your testimony when we were referring to the 300 blackout that you collected from Agent McAllister. If you wouldn't mind looking back at your notes. I believe you testified that that was item 34, but that was actually item 33 is the Palmetto State Armory PSA PA-15 multi-rifle with a night scope.
Yes.
That is item 33, the gun.
I have that the night vision scope was 33.
I believe if you'll look closely, you'll see where the gun with the night
Okay,
vision scope.
yeah, it's the gun with the scope on it, yes.
Is that correct?
That's right.
The gun with the night vision scope being item 33.
Right.
And then to clarify, item 34 would be the 130 round magazine containing the multiple S&B 300 blackout cartridges. Is that right?
Right. It was separated from the gun when I took custody of it, so I logged them in as separate items.
All right. But you did collect those from Agent McAllister.
That's right.
All right. And then also, going back to the scene, you mentioned a projectile that was found near a tire impression.
Yes. We were setting up to take examination quality photographs of the tire impressions at marker 8. We located another fired projectile that was lying on the ground.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 250. If you'll take a look at that, could you tell us what that is?
And this is that projectile near the tire impression.
Your Honor, the State will move State's Exhibit 250 into evidence.
Okay.
Without objection.
Your Honor, I believe that is finally all we have for, excuse me, Your Honor. Okay. Agent Whirling, I'll have you take a look at, mark this as State's Exhibit. You recall collecting the shotgun from Officer Green,
Yes.
or Sergeant Green? When you collected that gun, did you swab it?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 259, if you could tell us what that exhibit is.
I took 2 swabs of suspected blood from the side of the shotgun and 2 swabs from the muzzle end of the barrel of the shotgun. That was as a precaution when I was unloading the weapon. The 16 gauge shot shell got lodged in the barrel, and before I placed one of my own dowel rods down the barrel to push it back out, I swabbed the muzzle of the barrel just in case.
You swabbed it just in case what?
I didn't want to contaminate any, if there was potential evidence in the barrel or in the muzzle end of the barrel before I placed my dowel rod in that end of the barrel.
And the other swab, did it appear there was visible blood on that gun?
Yes, suspected blood, yes.
Okay. And what did you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them in their envelopes, sealed them, and transported them to the lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 259 into evidence.
Okay.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Admitted for identification purposes.
One more thing. State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Can you tell us if these are items that you received into your custody?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and how do you know that?
It's my handwriting on this outer packaging.
So there are quite a lot of items in there that you received from, is it Agent Croft or Agent McAllister?
These, I believe, were ones I took custody of from Lieutenant Todd Shank.
Okay.
Let me open them.
But those are items that you took custody of.
That's right. And I logged them in to the lab. I didn't collect them myself. I got them via chain of custody, and then I logged them into the lab.
And that's State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. Any objection?
Identification only.
Yes.
Smart identification.
Close the doors, just one moment here.
Thank you, Agent Farley. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, may we approach? I can say it right here. My cross-examination is witness will take several hours. And if we begin this afternoon, I'm afraid Monday morning I'm going to have to go through everything I went through today to ensure that there's some continuity there. And no offense to the jury, but I'm not sure I'll remember what I did today on Monday. So I would ask you if we could go ahead and take our weekend break today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the weekend and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Please do not discuss the case. Something from council. 9:30 Monday morning, yes.